I like this music for starting streams. It's so joyful. It's like an adventure. Alright. Finally, this dreaded stream. I don't know if I'll be coding much, but I have to figure out my algorithm, or I have to figure out like how to solve a specific problem. Floating elements. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Bum. Bum. Ba-dum, bum. Bum, bum, dum, 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 bum, ba-da-dum, dum. Ba-da-dum, dum, dum, dum. Dum, 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 dum. Okay, let's think about this. Bum, dum, dum, da-da-da-dum, da-dum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, dum, 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 dum. Bum, bum. Hey, at a bookend. Stream. Yes. At long last. An actual programming stream. Bum, bum, bum. So I'm trying to figure out... What am I doing? Rectangle? How do we put text on a rectangle? Should I put a text object? Or can I just... who knows? Let's do a button. Ba-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. This loud. Global, new UI. No, same UI lib. But I've never really considered, for example, tooltips, floating menus, floating windows. Yeah, this library. Check this. So I coded a sort of floating window thing. And I can put a checkbox inside. Bum, 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 bum. Check this. Oh, this one has two. Bum, 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 bum. So you see how, oh, they're all put on the same toggle variable. Bum, bum, bum. I can also tab to each one, or the other way. Hey, Keeter. So, but one thing that you can notice is that You see how I'm dragging this one, but it stays under the other one. So like if I click here, it will, what? Huh. Oh. Okay, well that's a bug. The other one is under, but the input should be done first on the one above. But anyway, yeah, this is what I'm trying to solve anyways. Sorting. Well, let's go check really fast my panel. Yeah, this is looped forward here and still loop forward here. That's wrong. You have to, no, this is right, but for inputs, this is wrong. It has to be the other way. Oops, can't write. What? Something like that. Oops, no, that's the whole wrong thing. Children that count. If this is bigger than 0 or equal. Do I care about the order here? Maybe I don't. I don't know if this is accurate, but I guess that's okay. Anyways, now the things that are on top will be processed first. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Well, maybe not. What did I code here? Bum. Oh, I could. Okay, that's good. Base draw. I guess that's good. So now, which one is on top? This one is on top. Wait, it still doesn't work. What? Huh. I am ending up here, right? This one is on top of the other one. Wait, how did I mess this up? Wait, what? If I look at the floating window. Oh, because the floating window is a top level thing. So actually it's, oops. It's actually processed here. Input this. Huh, that sucks. Maybe this is not supposed to be like that. Maybe I should, because this is also a panel. Maybe I can just call base panel. Let it, a bit like what I'm doing here. Can I do the same for everything though? bunch of things, right? Rip. Okay, so what does this do? Nothing. Here. Pref size, update setup. I was arguably being lazy when I did this. Okay, whatever. I think I'll just do it myself. Everything else I think is okay. So this is on top. Now it works, okay. Anyway, that's not really what I wanted to think about. Though maybe I should just merge this already. Inputs be processed in the order. Okay. Hopefully this was the okay fix. Anyways, where's the size for the text in here? Text robot. Oh, this. Okay. This will be a button. So I want to think about things like tooltips. So let's say that's your button. Let's make it rounded, guys. Stroke effects. How do you round this? Nice. There we go. Okay. So I get a button and I want to start thinking about tooltips. For example, let's make this yellow. Button. Let's say that's my tooltip. Can I do like a polygon? Oh. Let's do it like that. Good enough. I want that to be below, send to back. That's cool. Okay, so how do we do tooltips? So you put your mouse here and a tooltip pops up. Now for a button, you're gonna exist inside of, let's say, panel. Let's make it blue, purple. Okay. So the panel is associated with that button, but it can overflow anything. Okay, let's clean this up a bit. Can I do a frame? Frame. Okay, these are all inside of a frame. Can I put this text button inside? No, you can't do that, right? What else can I do? Frame. I guess frame is all. Oops. Oh, cool. Button. Rectangle. Okay. Can I make this transparent? Should I just make this invisible? I guess it works. Okay, cool. Let's call that button. Okay. This will be panel. Everything's inside. This will be a tooltip. So what I want to do is start thinking about like the way things are grouped. And then the tree here will become polygon. Apparently, wow, this thing is smart. Tooltip. Also, it memorized that I want them to be invisible. I wonder why this one. This one I guess is okay. This one is now a window, I guess. What is this one? Fine. Panel. Okay. Tooltip button. So let's say I have many buttons. Oh, did I not start my music thing? Here we go. So where does the tooltip exist? Is it like are they together like this? Or wait, no, even better. Is the tooltip inside the button? Oops. Ah, yeah, that's the same issue I have in my UI framework. It's that things get clipped. Okay, let's move this to a different button. Click content. Okay. So I'm trying to think about like the hierarchy. Like, am I supposed to do, let's move that here, like a sort of layer, like floating layer, where this is where the tooltip would live. That way it can be drawn on top of everything. So then I can draw all my panel, then draw my floating elements. Alternatively, I could change the rendering order. Essentially, this button with this tooltip wants to be drawn last. So you would draw like this first button, then this second button, then, wait, no. You would draw first the panel with the background, then button 1, button 3, and then button 2. And then after that, you draw this tooltip. So essentially, as you're interacting with UI elements, the whole rendering order changes dynamically. Um, 20, top right, bottom 0. Hey, greetings, samurai. Trying to figure out rendering order. So let's say that's a window. Yeah, design. Well, I'm doing non-graphical design. So it's not really design, but it's more like trying to figure out how to draw things on top of other things, like a tooltip like this. Or let's say this is a draggable window that you can move around. Hey, thanks for a follow. Cenobite Offsec. Welcome. Let's call this a floating window. Oh yeah, I guess if I start doing layers, it just pushes the problem to different levels, right? Like let's say I have a layer for things that are not floating, like the buttons, then like a layer for floating stuff, including like this floating window and this tooltip, I'll still end up having the issue where I want to be able to resort things as I'm interacting with them. In other words, oops. Let's say I have like these example floating windows that have a checkbox. You see how this 2 checkbox is over the other one under? But if I click on this one, it stays under. I think like when I interact with this, it should pop to the front. That way it's over everything else. So that does require me to move things around. It looks like I was thinking about that earlier. Oh, my thing is all wrong. Monitor. There we go. Ba-da-da-da. Oh, let it rebind. Ba-da-da-da-dum. So this is middle click. There we go. So let's say you have multiple windows. Window 1. Window 2. So let's say you're rendering. So if I click on this, the first one, you have the rendering like doing this. But if I click on the second one, the rendering goes in a different order. If I click on this, then I click on this, then I click on this, the rendering I think should do go 3, 2, 1. Because the second should stay above the first, unless I click on eventually first. Bum, dum, bum, ba-dum. So in my API right now, I have access to grab focus. Yeah, layer. Well, I don't want to say layer because to me layer means do this layer, then do this layer, then do this layer. And if you give them a name, maybe you have like a... Oh, I had an article for that. Wait. It's not exactly that, but it's close. My approach to doing z-index. I saved that a long time ago. This is pretty much it. The short version, categorize all uses of z-index, local or global. Global elements that need to render, yeah, global, the long version. So you have this David's house profile. You have a drop-down menu, sure. But you know what? That header doesn't really pop. It needs some snazzy. Needs more snazzy. Box shadow. So now you put this box shadow using like a bunch of CSS. And now this is under. bugger, so we should give it an index of 1. Yeah, whatever. Oh wow, that's bad. If you have a sidebar that you do not want to render over, yeah, you need to render that after the. No, you need to render that first. The things that is rendered last ends up on top of everything. Because we're rendering back to front. Oh, what about, yeah, a full screen modal. Yeah, I've had this issue in the past. Signed out because of inactivity. With the menu on top. So this is the solution. You have like layer 1 would be header, 2 is nav, 3 is window, 4 is the drop down menu, and 5 is the screen modal. So, but I think I can do it better. Like this is my grab focus. What if I add something like grab, why is it public new? Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Body, yeah. What if it's yeah, dynamically, yeah. Because like let's say you have this idea of a window and you have multiple of them. Those are like floating windows. Yes, thank you. Oops, don't do that. So like let's say the render, oops. This one is on top. Let's add them. Can I add a shadow to this? Effect, drop shadow. Ooh, that's so fancy. Outer shadow. Yeah, good enough. Drop shadow. Oh, did I add it to the wrong thing? Where's the drop shadow? Oh, I put it on the wrong thing, I guess. All right. So yeah, if I have these windows, I think I don't want that to be below like this. Let's edit that to be 0. What about 4? Perfect. That's a programmer shadow right there. What am I doing? Down. There we go. Now it's obvious what's on top of what. Whoa, don't do that. Is there a button I can click so that it doesn't do that? I guess I could lock. But if I lock, I can't move it, right? So if I have these windows, hey, welcome, Wooter. How far? I have a basic idea, but I want to really think about it. Like, let's say I have... Where's my pen? Oh, here's what I'm thinking. Let's say I have a panel. Inside of the panel, there's like a tooltip, let's say. And then the tooltip would be for the button, let's say. I don't know if it should be the other way around or whatever. Maybe there's another tooltip for a button. Okay. And maybe we have like a floating window. Let's say a second with maybe like a checkbox. And another one. And this one only has, let's say, a label. Okay. So when you want to render, let's say I click on this, then we would go through the panel, go through the window like that, and then the rest would happen in the regular order. Something like that. If instead I click on this, then I would end up doing panel, window with the label, second window because this one I clicked on it before, and then otherwise button, tooltip, button. So like based on the order of whatever function, let's say it's called send to top, like that. So the rendering order would be based on the order of creation or the order of send to top. So like when you ask send to top, it's like but you don't want to reorder though. It has to stay in the same order as you created them. Let's say you have like another tooltip here with a button. I don't know if this works, then I don't need to do layers. Kind of went overkill. Whoops. Okay, so like you do, let's say you click on this button and then or you hover the button and the tooltip appears. So then the tooltip does a request on the rendering thing, whatever, the send to top. So then you end up with this button tooltip. Do we care about the window? Like let's say the button request send to top. Do I have to send the whole group here to the top? I guess I do, right? So this would be like render panel, render window, and then render, oh oops, I should not do that. That tooltip button, then the label, and then everything else. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, this is annoying if I have to do the whole thing like that. It means I have to, like right now, for example, a panel has a list of children. It means I need a second. For each panel, you would need a second thing like rendering order. But the thing is that it's not really rendering order because it also changes the order of the input. So whatever gets drawn at the top ends up being drawn last to be on top of everything. But if it's rendered last, then the input has to be done first. That's why like here I'm reversing the loop. Starting from the last back down to the first. It's kind of annoying. Like order, or maybe rendering order is accurate, I'm not sure. Like this could be a linked list or something, because you want to be able to pop things in and out. Like you want to be able to take anything and put it first. In other words, if you do send to top of like an I component C, then it's like a recursive function of calling send to top in the parent, and then on the parent's parent, and then the parent's parent's parents. At the very top, why not? Bum bum bum. Bum bum ba-da-dum. You mean? Oh wait, that's cool. Did that just happen? So this is closed, and I click that, and it reveals it. Oh, interesting. Wait, okay, let's just do a situation. I have my tooltip. A pop-up, let's just say the tooltip is the pop-up, whatever. What happened here? Oh. Let's put that up there. Oh. You're back down there. Ba-da-da-da-dum-dum. Okay, let's say I have this. Okay, let's say I have a button. Okay, the buttons need a better color. Let's say it's green. Good enough. Okay. Tooltip will be on the button. Let's say this, the tooltip is coded to stay open. So are you saying that this should not... Let's say I click on this, it comes to the forefront. And then I do this. Are you saying that the tooltip should stay there? Or it should be there? Also, I think it should be valid for something that wants to always be on top of everything to constantly request to be put on the top. Right? Maybe not. bum. I hate when you're in Medium that it does this menu. Does anyone even use that? It probably should be behind, but you can hover over something that displays a temporary pop-up. Right. In other words, let's say this is it. And right now, let's say this is hidden. And I hover this. You don't want this whole window to be brought to the top just because I hovered, right? And I hover, and then this ends up here. That makes everything hard. In other words, the things that are like the children of an element can be rendered. Oh. So does it mean that I should be flattening this list? Like, let's say in my rendering thing, maybe I don't. Oh man. Like, let's say this is all flattened. So we say like this is let's say I didn't call send to the top yet. So this will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I click on this window. This window and all of its children get brought to the top. So then we reorder things. We say like, let's say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now this gets drawn on top of everything. Per category. I'd really like to avoid having categories. Let's say I click on this window, then this window. I end up with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know really what happens to this panel yet. Anyways, now this one is the first one, but I hover this button and the tooltip shows up. So then the button stays the same, but the tooltips ends up at the front. So then you do, so this would not be, I guess I need like two send to top, one that it would be recursive and one that wouldn't, or maybe it would never, maybe it's not recursive up, but it's recursive down. Okay, anyways. And then what would happen? Only the tooltip gets brought to the top. So you end up with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Does it work? And now the tooltip is first, but everything else around it, or you don't care. And then it ends up drawn on top of this window. Like, I think it works, right? But it's really annoying. Recursively does nothing actually. So you have like a recursive top. Okay, let's just take a bool then. Yeah, well, in this case, let's say you're at 0. It means you render it last. So you start from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 0 means you process inputs first. So let's say tooltip has some special logic to handle, like maybe the tooltip actually has a button inside. This is a button. Like let's say that's the tooltip and the tooltip has a button. Can I not? Damn, it's too hard. Come on, let me click that, move it down. Oh, now it's first. Bam. Bam, bam. Would look better with a stroke, right? Oh, what? Oh no, it works, okay. Wow, their anti-aliasing is so bad. What's so wrong with this curve right there? Compared to this one is really good. This one sucks. Bum, 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 bum. Dum, 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 dum. Da, 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 dum, dum, dum. Bum, bum. Yeah, so when I click on window, then you want the window and everything inside to be rendered on top of everything. But for a tooltip, you only want the tooltip itself. Maybe tooltip should be shown differently in this visualization. Maybe it's a tooltip, but not with a button children, but more like a tooltip for the button. And they're actually like on the same, like the button is not inside, but the tooltip references it. It's a link. Okay, let's think of a menu now. Let's use this. Let's say you have a menu. I'll just make this be its own thing, whatever. Floating window. And then, let's say this says files. Oh, it's in white. Did this thing just decide to go in with white because of the background? Let's do a bunch like that. Edit, help. This thing is too smart. Okay, let's assume that's okay. And now I'll reuse this. Okay, you're gonna be rotated. Files. That's my menu. Dang. There we go. Okay. Save, open. This music is pretty good. So how does that interact with, like, let's say the menu doesn't close. Yeah, I think my thing works. Just whoever requests to be at the front. Is there ever a case where you don't want to be in front of everything if you're asking to be at the top? Man, that brings a new issue though. If we look at the tooltip, it means it breaks my whole API. Like this draw now is meaningless. Or is it? It means now the draw is not called recursively. Let's look at the draw really fast. Hey, welcome, pup. What the UI looks 10 seconds ago. Linearly. Sorry, I don't fully understand. Oh yeah, that breaks everything. My whole, yeah, this, well, it doesn't break it, but it changes a lot of stuff in my design. Like right now, my thing is brain dead simple. Let's say you have a panel, which is like a parent, and then you update the size. I guess this doesn't change. Same with the layouts. Or maybe it does. The only thing that changes would be the input and the update. So now the panel would not update the children input anymore. It would just update itself. Same with the draw. It wouldn't draw the children anymore. It would just draw itself. In other words, I just need to be careful of use the debugger. But I don't have code yet for this. So there's nothing to debug just yet. I'm mostly just doing this like a mental puzzle. So I'm trying to solve the puzzle mentally, and then once I have something that works, then I'll code. Yeah, exactly. I have some things that are coded. Oh, what did I change? Right, this rendering order. So the rendering order would not be here. It has to be global. Wow, it's kind of hype because by doing this new thing with like this flat list, I can now have native support for focus. I used to have a fake focus in this UI stuff, where the focus was just variable. I could actually replace. Yeah. So now when you get focused, you could just request this new thing, like this send to top or whatever. But send to top has a different meaning. Maybe it doesn't. Send to top means process inputs first and render last. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What about a sort of an actual pop-up? Let's say you have the pop-up with an error or a message. Okay, wait. How do I change the color? I forgot. Pass through, stroke. Oh, this text is. Okay, I see. This is the rectangle. This text has to be above. Okay, it already was white. I see. Ooh, it's so hard. So this big pop-up, whatever, would block inputs. So if like you click, you try to click on that, it wouldn't work because this big thing would grab inputs or consume inputs. I don't know, it feels like what I have here would work, so maybe I try to code it. Specific things to click on. So I'm trying to make a UI framework, essentially a UI library that allows you to do any types of UIs in games. And something that would work with all types of inputs like mouse, keyboard, gamepad, touch screens. I've started writing this type of documentation, buttons. So like considerations for the user experience of a button. Oh, I guess I only wrote mouse. So like this would be my good practices in the docs. So if you want to code a good button, so mouse pointer is inside the clipping rectangle, mouse interaction, initiated by a left mouse press, interaction canceling. You want to be able to click inside the button, drag away. If you let go, it cancels. But if you click, drag away and come back, then you can continue the click. So for example, this checkbox, set up for Adobe, yeah. So you see how, I guess I can't zoom in. You see how I can click, this is like a checkbox, but if I click and I change my mind, I can drag away. Or if I come back, because I decide to not change my mind, then I can let the click go through. I can't click here and go here and drag away and have this one be clicked. That's a huge philosophy change, this thing here. So where's my grab focus? Oh, it's down here. Send to top. Is it called a request? No. Grab top. It's kind of weird. Grab is now a weird word because I kind of reserved this word for. Hey, welcome, Bob Ross. Did you change your name? Was it always RTX? Dum, da, da, dum. Da, dum. Hey, by the way, Pop, are you a game dev? Always been RTX, huh? Ba-dum, bum. I'm trying to get overlaps working. So for example, tooltips would be drawn on top of everything. Windows, let's say you have a window. If you click a window, it comes to the top. So then it would be drawn on top of everything else. If you have like a pop-up, whatever. Menus. Da-da. Let's just call this a menu. Rip. Da-dum, da-da-dum. I'm making, yeah, this is going to be for my map editor. Oh, by the way, did I show you guys editor? Check my map editor now, it's really cool. The editor, what is this? Project, oh really? Why did they deprecate that? Ba-da-da-dum. Check the grid, I made the grid look much better. Ba-da-dum. By the way, this is my UI, so a lot of things is just like coded for fun. Ba-da-da-dum. Oops. Now I have like these types of woods. You see how like this special thing that I coded a while ago, now it's applied only to the woods. Those are ignored. Yeah, I'm basing my thing on ImGUI. Though my whole design is different because I want ImGUI is made mostly for developer tools and not really for in-game UIs. But I want my thing to work well with games, like have animations and oh wait, there's something else I should think about. This? Yeah, this is all temporary art, just to showcase the editor a little bit. Oh, by the way, everything I did, I can undo. Oh, is that a bug? Oh no, I ran into the bug. I don't know what causes it. Log grid, yeah. No. I can't redo either. Yeah, so this, you see this grid, I can snap to it. Let's say like I make this like that. Oh yeah, also the resize works for snapping. The grid is dynamic, so as I zoom out, you can see how this is 100 by 100. Now it's 200. So instead of snapping the smaller one, it snaps to a larger amount. If I zoom out here, it now snaps to the 16, 32. Let's make this bigger for like showcasing. we... It's kind of cool how I can just do that. This is the max. I put a cap on it, because I feel like you don't need to go much further in this. Though everything can be customized. If you look in here, I think it's in camera. Max X and min X. So if I increase this 4, I can go much further out. Like, let's say I put it 10. 10 would be very far, because it's exponential. And -2 means how close you can get. Okay, are you ready? Let's make something like this. Oh, it's not too bad, I guess. Yeah. Like, look at the size of this thing. 7 million. This is, in terms of size, 7 million. Wow, the transparency. So huge, yeah. It's like 1 pixel. Yeah, the background is just seamless tiling. And it's drawn at a distance, so there's a bit of parallax. But if you start zooming out, the distance doesn't change. Yeah. And because I use like the exponential scale, it's it doesn't take much more time to zoom really far. So it's like super far. I think technically it's not really zooming, it's just the camera moving really far on the Z axis. That's the huge asset. It's funny how I can't have, the way I coded it, my rectangles never invert. So this thing, like the bottom is here, and the bottom here is still here. Oh, and since the grid is adaptive, now my grid size is 102,000. 16 million. Whoa. So now we're snapping to huge amounts. But I can also snap. So here now this locks the grid to 100 pixels. So even though I'm going really far out, now the grid is 100 pixel. Oh, what? Oh, okay, that's interesting. I forgot about that anyways. Yeah, and I'm snapping to the grid right now, but it's snapping to 100, so it does nothing. Why is there a 0.5 when I'm snapping? Was that a bug? Snapping to 100. Snapping to when I'm zoomed out a unit smaller than a pixel. So I added like a filtering. Oh, also, let's try to undo. Whoa. Now I'm lost. I lost my point of reference. Let's restart. Let's undo this though, I guess. P is deprecated. Why did they do that? Oh, I forgot. Oh, I lost my freaking terminal. Okay, restart. Center button, yeah. I usually put that on space for resetting the camera. One thing that I'm thinking about would be hotkeys or like control groups. You know how in StarCraft you can select the groups of unit and assign a hotkey to them? I think I'm gonna do that for the map editor. Allow you to select stuff, hotkey that, and then you can press the hotkey to reselect the group. Alright, I'm trying to find this warning. What is this warning? Why did they do that? The full between .NET Run, .NET Build. In .NET Build, the .NET Publish P is used. The deprecation is the first step in aligning abbreviation. Okay, good. Fair enough. P is deprecated as an abbreviation. Yeah, I just downloaded this preview 6. Yeah. Oh, that would be cool too. Click one unit. Wow, I'm impressed by Microsoft trying to unify the command line. I recently wrote a tutorial on the, I think it was this, how to add a custom NuGet feed and like different, depending on what you're doing, you have different commands for adding or installing stuff. Okay, what am I doing? I was doing UI stuff, right? RSS. RSS as an RSS feed. I do have a Discord for, and I tend to ping people when I go live. The Discord, I'll give you the link. So wait, earlier, did you say you were a dev? Or a game dev? grab top. Oh, you guys can't hear the music. Feels bad. Wait, so I've been Wait, for real? Why did my music break? I guess it never worked, but why? Oh, it's minus 40 dB. Oh. Yeah, whoops. Oh, I must have misclicked the other day. Hey, I'll blame you guys. People keep complaining that my voice is too low. And then I raise the volume and I speak even lower. I don't know if I made it too loud. All right. I'm moving really slow on purpose. Perfect? Is it still perfect? I think I just raised it. Or did I just make it lower? It's so scary how you write notes on this whiteboard and then you eventually end up with so many notes. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, what? I don't want to see that anymore. Oh, I remember this. Oh, man. Oh, that's so cool. I don't remember that at all. Wait, is that for real? I did that. GitLab local dev, really? This freaking thing, that was so... Down... One thing that I really liked about my current design was how much control every component had over its children. What is this? Since there's nothing, I think I'll delete this. I might want to change the name grab. Didn't see that coming. Oh. Oh man, I want to finish writing this. But not yet. Cover. Oh yeah, this. Wow, I already made something even better. Delete forever. Hey, check it out. I now have this instead for my cover. It's kind of cool. And input. It's just a like photo, like a lot of layers, and it creates this style. Oh, yeah, I guess the original is much bigger than, yeah. Everywhere that you look, there's like something to notice. Like that looks like a car dashboard. Dev's door. Yeah. Hey, if you wanna, I don't know if you use GitHub, but here's where the code will end up. I'm writing docs too, and things like design choices. I guess this is pretty empty. Or like things like getting started. Did I do any tutorials? Not yet, okay. So yeah, earlier you mentioned imGUI. This is my API here. So I do panel.push. If you want a button, you can do button.put. And then this has like the clicked property. So it's similar to imGUI, but different. And the reason that I design it like this, so if we look at the panel, so let's say you do panel.push, then there's a way to resolve IDs. And then if it exists, then you get it, you ping it, and then you return that. Otherwise, you create a new one and then return the new one with the ID that you get. So that allows you to code components in a similar way as how you do and retain UIs. Or if you want to code a button, and then this button has put, and it works like same mechanic where you can resolve the IDs, get your button, create it if it doesn't exist, and then ping it, and then you return that. So that allows you to access like whatever field or properties I expose through the API. So the click here is here, it's just a bool. So it makes for a convenient way of using the API and then also coding new components, because those can manage their internal states, so it allows them to do like animations. All right, am I ready? I forget how linked list works, because I think that's what I'll use for this. Can I access like the reference? It returns a node p Linked list node. So I could add linked list node to the API. Then I can access the elements in something like O1 time. Add after, yeah. Add before, add first. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Are they showing link Q2, or is that out of the box? Extensions. Like let's say I click on append. It is link Q, huh? Interesting. Okay, properties, method, add, contains, find. So when you do add, let's look at add last. And we return the linked list node. It's an O1 operation. Good. Tag specific specifies. So I'm allowed to create a linked list node. Add last. Oh, okay, I didn't realize this. So there's two add, right? T value. Maybe not. Remove. Oh, it is there. Okay, yeah. Add last T and then linked list node. Out of the linked list. Yeah. Add before. Yeah, very nice. So with this new API, I'm going to end up having new uses of get prev, get next, get last. Maybe. Parent. Let's say I have a floating window that has a button. And then I click on the floating window. So in other words, the window and all its children end up popping up. So you would request first the window, then each children one by one. What if you have a window of windows? Like this here would be a window that you can drag around. And then this window here would be inside of this window. Whoops. What did I just do? Cancel. Oh, I went to this tool, okay. So let's say I click on this, now it comes to the front. Then I click on this. Wait a second. Oh man, I'm getting confused now. There's too many things to think about. Let's say you have this. Bam, bam. And I click on this window that is inside this other window. So then this comes to the front. But then, since it's inside of this, it should also come to the front with the whole thing, no? Yeah, getting anything inside of this should bring everyone to the top. It's like a scope. If I click here, bam. Am I supposed to add scopes to the API? Like whatever is inside of a scope ends up brought up. I want the API to work well in the small scale and the higher scales. I wonder if InGUI does that, or if it's not a thing. What does this say? Nesting multiple MUI contexts. I guess that's not it, right? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Da-dum, da-dum. Bum. There's this new site. I don't know if it's new, but now it always comes up in searches. But those are all threads on GitHub. And did they not give the link to the GitHub thread? Ba-da-dum. Bum. Ba-da-dum. Oops. Let's get rid of this floating window and replace it with a button. Like this. If I click the button, the whole window should come up. How do you figure this out though? Bum, 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 bum. Also, don't you end up with a spaghetti where you can't make sense of your ordering anymore? Maybe not. Bum, bum, bum. Nice. This is Rashtal music. Bum, 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 ba-dum. It's like when I request focus or to be brought to the top. Like let's say I click on this label, then this whole tree ends up brought to the top, right? Let's do it on the side. Let's go back down here. Okay. Let's do... How did I do it? Just window. So let's say I have a window. Is that how you write it? Window. The window has, let's say, a menu with like elements. It also has another window inside. Which this window would not be able to escape this one. It would just get clipped. Okay, and this window here has a button. So I think by default, get to the top would... Let's say I click on this. This one wants to be brought to the top. So you just do this. I see there's another window that is itself. So when you focus this window, that's it. So in other words, clicking this button should first make this, it should like bring this whole tree up, including the menu. But the menu would still end up under this, most likely. But it would look weird, right? So this button is here. This is a menu that always stays open. You click on the button and it would end up over the menu. That would be weird. I guess it's just weird to have a menu that stays open, maybe. If it loses focus, the menu closes. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how things can behave well when you start to have complexity in a lot of things. Damn. So in a way, the tooltips like this, they're special. If I want to allow this. So hovering this, only the tooltip comes to the front. Clicking on this, the whole window comes to the front. Do I need to have a way to... So let's say this button request bring me to the front, but this is open. Should the behavior always be to auto close menus if you click away? Hey, welcome back, pup. Weird, my chat is broken on the YouTube side. Oh, I'm back. There we go. 7 minutes. A whole 7 minutes to compile. Dang. I'm trying to figure out if some things need to be sticky or something, whatever that means. Embedded device. Oh. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, bum. Bum. I'm trying to think of a case where you don't want things to pop up, bottom. Like, let's say you have let's say that's your game window. Let's make it black. And then in here you have, let's say this is your map editor. And you have a sidebar here. Oh no, that put 0.2, 20%. Let's say that's your sidebar. Then you also have your floating window. So one is docked, the other one is a floating window. If you click on this, should it be brought to the top? Why is this never on top? I guess the colors mix. I wonder if that's a rendering bug in Figma. Or if you put the same color twice. It's the same color, but should it really look exactly the same? Let's find out. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-bum. Ba-dum. Let's put 2 circle. What is A? 0, 0. Let's put 1 circle there. This one will be 200. It's under. And then this one will have, let's say, 20%. 0.2f. They're both the exact same color, but one is transparent. Huh, I guess they're right. That looks like the exact same color. Yeah, that makes sense. The issue is that if you have something that is docked, you move your window here, you click on this docked, now you can never select it again because this can't move and things end up behind. So my solution is not perfect. Yeah, so not everything can be brought to the front. Yeah, that sucks. It throws like a wrench into my assumptions from earlier. So maybe I do need layers. Maybe I can, yeah, then I'm starting to recreate CSS, Z-index, that sucks. Having like the concept of a relative. Dang. I guess that's why I never bothered with this before. There's so much complexity in having things render in the correct order and being able to reorder stuff. For example, if you want a headache. Well, great stuff. You may choose a library that has nasty Z indexes. XAML. Bum bum bum. This means that the left, yeah. Sit on top of your full screen model. Classy guy, but I'm describing. Yeah. Hey Nornek, how's it coming along? Well, I had something that sounded good, and then I started thinking about more stuff, and now it sounds bad. The freaking yeah. Here's what I had in mind. Let's say I create like floating windows with a tooltip maybe. I was thinking that maybe, like, let's say there's two windows, one on top of each other's, with a button, and I hover the button. Maybe this tooltip can overlap this window while keeping the window under. Or let's say I have like a menu open. Oh, this was put in the menu. Oops. Yeah, let's say you have like this menu with a button. and then you click the button, should it now come to the forefront and become above the menu? Or let's say you have a window of windows. So this window contains a smaller window. Like let's say it can't like escape this window. And then you click on this window. Then I guess the whole thing should come to the front, right? So it ends up above like that. Just by clicking on this, the whole thing comes up. Yeah, maybe. Presumably the window in the back wouldn't be focused. If it's not... Because one solution is to have layers and have like the tooltips exist in a layer above everything. Maybe the windows and are in a layer under. This would, let's say you have a menu that never closes unless you re-click to close it. Then you don't want this button to be possible to end up on top of this menu, right? I think so. So even if I click the button here, this menu would stay on top. Or let's say I have a docking sidebar. This window is here. If I click the sidebar, you don't want it to end up above the window, because you can end up in this situation where you have the window and then you click the sidebar. If it reorders itself to be on top, now you can't click this window anymore forever. I guess there's also the concept of focus trapping. Like if you're in this window, oh yeah, also there's this idea, can you put a button inside of a tooltip? Up front, yeah, that's the issue though. If the current focus is always up front, you can end up with a button on top of a menu. Oh wait, let's say you have a button in this window and the smaller window right here. Should this be valid? That's called menu. Oh, this one is there. Let's bring that to the back. Floating window. Let's say the menu is there. The window is here and I click this button. You don't want the button above the window, I don't think. So not everything is equal. So you think this window should just be its own thing, right? Oh, it is its own thing right now. So by clicking this, the whole thing ends up above. That works for floating windows. Bam. And I guess a sane menu would close itself if you focus or click away. So you could have, but like, yeah, let's say you have windows and also docked panels. You don't want the docked panel to end up above stuff. Let's say I have like this window right there above everything. Your window. Okay, button. Okay, let's say you have a big one, or this is like the screen. Shift element, yeah. Let's say you have like a window like this with a massive duct sidebar. So it's massive enough that you can take this window and put it there. Even if you decide to avoid, to prevent windows from being dragged like off screen, let's say you block them, this would still be too big. So if you click on this button and this becomes, let's add another frame. Docked sidebar. Bum, bum. What? How do you know you can't put something behind something else? So do I have to to use a value and things that are docked would be a low value. While windows could have different orders. Let's bring in the nicer windows. Did I lock everything? It is all locked, okay. Not that. That's a floating window. Dum, dum. And then also you have this where like a tooltip can break out of the parent component. Troll's daughter. So in that case, this one would have to be drawn on top of this window. Thanks for your follow, Alexan. Why was the sound so low on this? Did I lower it by mistake? Maybe that's the thing I need to think about. Some parents, like let's say this ducking panel thing, whatever, duck sidebar. This one can never be brought up above other things. Hey, thanks. Yeah. Doing a lot of like handcrafted stuff. Hey, since there's a lot of new people, here's what I'm working on ultimately. I'm making a game where you're on an alien planet, and on this planet there's a massive volcano, and all life has evolved to use the volcanic energy. For example, the trees have free-flowing lava running right inside of them, and in different areas you have explosions. So your goal in my game is to control a little creature on top of the trees and try your best not to get exploded. So it's a top-down puzzle rhythm game. So it's a game where you observe patterns and you try to keep going forward in the canopy of a foreign world. But I'm making a map editor. No, I hired someone for the art and music. I can put some music if you want to hear it. Oh, did I let my... Oops, I'll have to fix that afterwards. I let my certificate expire. Oops. Okay, here's some actual in-game music. This is all temporary art just for this map editor. Here, I'll show you the game with the actual demo from a long time ago. This is really old. So the way it works is that if you're there when the explosion spawns, you die. But otherwise, you're allowed to jump into it if you're not there when it spawns. So it only kills you for 1 frame. Then you have levels like this where you can see like safe spots, so it's not too hard to cross. And then eventually the levels proceed where you don't have any permanent safe spots. So you have to observe and try to see how to cross. Some levels even require you to backtrack like this. I'll enable this line. You can have like long levels where the path can be more complex. Or very short levels where where it's not too complex to cross, but it's not right away obvious how. I forgot how to do this. Like this. Yeah. I almost messed up. Some levels can be like really fast, but it's not too hard. This one, like, it's just a zigzag. So a lot of the game is going to be like learning how to move. This one is kind of funny because if you click like this, you'll go through the shortest path, but you have to manually path around this hole, and then you're able to cross. You can also have big boss levels like this. Thought I messed up, nice. So this is 12 seconds of having to survive. This simple little line puzzle shows really the puzzle aspect of it. Where you think you can go fast enough maybe to reach the other side. Oops. If you get the right timing, that is. But you can't quite make it. So instead you have to go all the way to the max spot and then come back. Oops. A bit too hasty. This one was to show a bit more precision clicking. This one is just filler. Oh, what? Oops. So a very simple idea, but then you have infinite amount of levels. I have other levels too. Let's see. I'll show you my newer map just so you can see that the graphics are better. Music really pushes you forward. What I should do, I should compile a new demo with the new stuff. I was waiting until I integrated my new map editor. Next one I think is my favorite. It's taking so long just because I have too many assets. It's not even complex assets. Yeah, I should just pre-compile all of this. Okay, this is the new map. Or a newer map. Yeah. I can imagine myself running in this world with this music. Oh, I forgot. Hand-painted art. I think I can run this, right? Oops, lag. I wonder what happened. I think I can. There we go. I can now also have branching paths. Different puzzle now. I forgot where to go. Okay, wait. Okay, gotta go in. Okay. I'm being too greedy. I gotta go all the way. Here we go. I can't wait to get the main character in. Oops. So a lot of the time in this game, you'd have to be sitting here and observe the pattern. Maybe count the amount of explosions, and then once you're able to, as a Roomba, yeah. Oh, oops, I went in that. There we go. And then you finish and have a nice view. There's a lot of art that I didn't put in the game just yet. I'll be adding the missing assets with the new map editor. Is that what I meant to say? I forgot. Okay. Technically, for my game, I don't even need overlaps. Maybe I should just not care about it. It's kind of worth it to think about it. Like, I might want to have tooltips. I don't need floating windows, I don't need anything. So maybe I only care about tooltips. tooltips would be okay with this way of doing. So what you do with a tooltip is you make it be the 0 and then everything else gets drawn. So you draw from 10, 9, 8, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, and then the tooltip would be the last thing rendered. I guess that's all the music. Hey, peace. Okay, a new idea. What if floating windows and things like that are floating, whatever. What if they request to be brought to the top every single frame? So for example, let's say that you click on a button here. So then the button and its parent and like the whole sidebar goes to the top. But then right away the window here requests to be back to the top. So it fixes itself instantly. And then the panel doesn't ask to be always brought to the top. Obviously I'll have to figure out flickers maybe. But then the windows would ask to be brought to the top based on their own order. Does that work? Wait a second. Let's do text. So I have, let's say, window 1, window 2. Let's say like docked panel, and then this has a button with like, I don't know, a tooltip. Okay. So you click the button and everything else gets brought to the top with like this rendering order. But then one then I guess 2 would ask, so I guess in reverse order, 2 gets brought to the top, 1 gets brought to the top, and Docker doesn't care, so it doesn't ask to be brought to the top. And maybe tooltip is like a localized bring me to the top or something when it's visible. I really hope this works. Wait a second. Like everything. Like I'm already pinging whatever, every component, every frame. Like here, this is a ping. So should Windows ping during the ping thing? Maybe they should bring themselves up. What if you have a floating window that is also contained in a floating window? Like let's say window 2 has a window 3 inside. Let's move that back. So then if you click on 3, bam. This is, oh man, this is a crazy. Wait, so you click the button. You do like your grab, bring me to the top, whatever. The whole 3, or let's say there's a label here. So you click the button, the whole 3 here gets brought to the top. Bam. Now we're happy, you brought to the top. And then I would need an extra step that goes backwards. That allows things so like 3 would get brought to the top. Let's move it like this. Well, it's still inside. 2 would get brought to the top. 1 would get brought. So their orders would be preserved. Now let's say I click on 2. Or 3 maybe even. I click on 3. 3 does a request. The whole 3 gets brought to the top. Then we loop backwards. Here no one cares. This one is like, bring me to the top. 3, bring me to the top. 2, bring me to the top. I don't know if that's super efficient, but I guess it doesn't matter. So in other words, wait. So you have the order in which you create things. So it's like you need two 3s. 1, 2, 1, 3 for like the component hierarchy. And that could be anything. We don't really care. Maybe it's the order of creation. So maybe you create your panel and then you create your window. Shoop. And then you have a side 3 where everything is normalized. So they're all equal. Let's move that down, actually. Like that, I don't know. So now when I update my inputs, I don't do it based on the 3. So I update my layouts and everything based on this tree. Once you figure out the layouts, then you do your inputs. And inputs would be processed in the order that I see here. So you do like, let's say 2, do your inputs. 3, do your inputs. 1, duct. I guess duct would be the opposite because it's the panel. Anyways, so I process I click on button. What happens? Button does a request, send me to the front. In the input thing, step. So button gets sent to the front. but we want to preserve. I guess tooltip would request to be brought to the top too. We do input, we do this, we end up at button. Button does a request for bring me forward. So do you just put a button here along with like the tooltip and the label? How do we figure out what's going on? It's like I asked button. Let's add a second button just so that I truly get it. Label, button, dock panel. Dang, it sucks because I had so much control before. Let's say we look at button. Button has a child. In the case of a button, I wanted to prioritize my own click first before I allowed the child to process itself. So that means if you put something in the button would have priority on clicks. Well, with my new thing, that changes that. So you might end up with child being done first and consuming the button clicks. Maybe it doesn't matter. I guess don't put something in a button that can be interacted with using a click, maybe. Okay, anyways, so what happens? I click on this button. Let's call this button 1, button 2. Okay. Click on button 1. So you have this inner tree that gets brought to the top. So bottom, button, tooltip, down. We're brought to the top. Then you reach the panel. The panel gets asked to be brought to the top, but it has to bring its 2 children. And the order is preserved or something. So then you do button label, button 2 down, brought to the top. That is done, you update the rest, the reversed order, so you end up with 1, 3, 2, let's say you hover. I guess the tooltip though wants to also get hovered, right? So when I do my thing in reverse order, I end up with panel doesn't care, button doesn't care, label doesn't care, button 1 doesn't care, tooltip though gets brought to the top, so it ends up on top of everything. I click on window 1. Bam. Window 1 gets brought to the top. This is like that. We're done. The whole tree got pushed. So now we go duck, no. Button, no. Label, no. Button, no. Window 3, yes. Bam. Window 2, yes. Bam. Tooltip, yes. Bam. Window 1, yes. Bam, we're done. Something like that. Let's undo just to make sure. Window 1, you click on window 1. Window 1 gets brought to the top. Bam. I guess like this. Now we have to go through everything. Foop. No. This one, yes. 2, yes. 1, yes. Tooltip, yes. 1, yes. I guess this only happens if something got requested to be brought to the top. Does this work? Maybe it does. I feel like it might. Yeah, let's simplify this. Oh, not yet. Now I click on button 2 instead. Button 2 gets brought, this is together now. So button 2 gets brought to the top. Bam. Then the 3 something. It's like it has to be updated internally first. So button 2 gets brought to the top, it ends up at the top of this duck panel, and then the whole thing together gets brought to the top. Bam. And now you go through this. Yes, 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 bam. The other ones are no. And then when you're done, bam. So then you end up with the priority system, right? Where it's either you're a yes or a no. Either you're something that can float or you're not. Is it really that simple? There's no complications? If you're something that can float, you don't really have priority over anything. does mean that I end up iterating another time over everything. Like I already iterate over things here twice technically. Here for inputs, here in the update, and then in the draw. Oh, this is wrong. I guess I didn't fix it earlier. Or it's not wrong. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah. I guess I didn't forget. Good. Let's think about the case where you have the menu. So I have a floating window. I only care about this floating window. I guess I don't care about anything else. Let's remove everything then. We don't have a duck panel. We have nothing that I care about. You have window 1. That's it. Inside window 1 you have menu and then button. Okay. I click on button. I request to be brought to the front. Bam. Now we're done. Now we loop backwards. Menu. Menu is a floating thing. So it has to be brought to the top. Window also. Well, I guess I had it in the reverse order. But that window sort of asks for itself and all its children to be brought to the top. So bam, 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 everything stays in this order. Let's do that again. Button gets clicked on or whatever, it asks to be brought to the top. Bam. This is it. Hey, just Jack. Hey, what are you doing? What is up? Button, window 1. Nice. Have you been recording new videos with your drone? I don't think I've been checking your channel in a while. Got a puppy. Wow, cool. Button. It's that step that I don't understand. The tree, having to bring the whole tree with you. I guess like it's like you bring the whole tree together. What did I do? That's good. Drone stuff. Live. Wow. So it's like I bring this whole tree as is, bam, boop, and then pop the button, bam, bam. This operation is so annoying. Goodness. When you click the button, it's like you have to grab all these nodes. Oh, never mind, I thought I had something. Power bank. Oh, yeah, I raised the volume a lot earlier. There we go. And you, how is it going? Pretty good. Things are moving along. I'm trying to finish my game this year. Bum, bum, bum. I like how polite they are. Please use this other option. Check it out. So I now have like this editor where I can create stuff, move them around. I have access to like resize, grid snapping. I can reset the size. I can undo. I can add custom logic to things. So for example, this here has access to this sort of white gray border. And it works like this, 4, like that. So it has like custom. Oh yeah, I have access to copy paste too. Oops. And I can select like all of those together, move them all. I can disable selection on specific stuff. Yeah. I have like a dynamic grid. You're watching on a phone, right? So maybe you don't see it that well, the grid. So I can create like different item types. So you see this is an item type of cloud. So it gets drawn over everything. This one is an item type of like a lily pad in this case. I forgot I drew it like this, that's funny. I have another type too. 3. Start crying. Yeah. What type of dog do you have? Is it a big? Doberman. That's huge, right? It's still a puppy though, so I guess you're okay. Yeah, these dogs, they run fast, right? 3 months. So 3 months, it's already medium size, I think. I have a Labrador retriever here. It's pretty funny, all the faces that she does when she wants something. Greyhound, goddamn, they are fast, yeah. Oh, so yeah, this is what I have. It's pretty good. I have like I'm working right now on the UI side of things. I wonder if I can skip a step in what I'm doing. Like that was the basic idea, but can I skip a step? Maybe. I guess it's not like moving things around is that expensive though, so maybe I don't care. Maybe it's expensive, who knows. So like I click on the button. It's like I have to move this whole area, this whole thing up, and then also move the button up. Bam. So like you move this whole thing up, bam, bam. In this case there's only 3 stuff, so they all move together. Then you move bam, bam. Once that's done, then you go from back to front. So you have menu 1, bring that back again to the top, bam. Menu, bring to the top, bam. And then you're done. The thing is that when you render, you do inputs like this, but then rendering is back to front. What if you want to do a frame? Now you can't anymore. Let's say you want a special component. And what it does is it draws like a component, like let's say it draws the button. Let's say a special component like this. So it would draw its background. Let's say it's a special background that looks red. And then it also draws, okay, let's just make that a frame. Good. And you want something really fancy like that. Stroke. That's all inside the button. This is what we want, let's say. It's a special border frame component thing. Because we're doing games, so things can be weird sometimes, right? You want like a really fancy interface. With my current API, this is easy to do. Because you have access to this draw, which allows me to draw like myself, draw then the child, and then if I wanted, I could have a whole thing afterwards to draw more. Like let's say I want to draw like those rectangles thing. So I can draw the child and then draw myself. Well, with this new API, I have to move everything. It has to be now normalized. So window doesn't really draw menu and button anymore. They draw themselves in isolation. Dum, dum, da-dum. Bum, ba-dum. And I really like to be able to keep doing what I'm doing here. Not here, rather there. This is so convenient, being able to draw things in a tree. Go from parent down to children. It's so incredibly convenient. Because it allows you to do fancy rendering however you want. YouTube partnership. Oh, wow. Whoa, wait, I'll have to go back to your channel again. Because I watched, I think, almost all your videos at some point. Multiple times. Oh, nice. Yeah, 3 days ago, 2 weeks. Wait, really? Most popular? 3 million FBI vs police. 3 months ago, that's some good stuff. Wait, that's so good. Wait, let me check it out. Wow. Should I put it with sound? Is there like 1,000 comments? Wow. About the friends we made along the way. Fuck. It might be. Wait a second. Okay, I need to wait. I'm assuming I'm allowed to do this on stream, right? This is playing in my headphones, like.
Okay. You got that on body cam? I do. Franklin, does that come back to any government agency?
Wait a second. Wait, restart.
Special Agent Adam. Yeah. Okay. You got that on body cam? I do. Franklin, does that come back to any government agency? This is easy to come by.
It just advises Advanced Wiring Company.
Do you work for a wiring company?
Further.
It's a covert meeting, sir. Okay. I do feel like I'm being detained. Am I being detained? Am I being detained? You're the one who called me here, sir. How did you get my phone number?
Wait, for real? This is the video? Is that 2019? Is that your video? Get out of here. Yeah, it might be in there. If you wanna watch the 15-minute video. Yeah, this is yours, right? Yeah, this is. Hey, welcome, Googlass. Thanks for the raid. We were like, oh man, I don't understand the video though, because I feel I'm missing context for how it started. But it looks like he called you to do something. Footage. Hey, Googlass and everyone, welcome. And here, let's be soup made. I'm trying to design a UI library inspired by MGUI. I don't know if you know what that is. And I'm trying to think of a lot of edge cases. Wait, let me show you this. So I created like this UI library for monogame where it's based on MGUI. So it's really easy to like create UIs. Like you do panel push. If you want a button, you do put the button. Here's the label or the text. And then if you click it, then you can toggle a variable. Then in another if statement, you can do if show fun. And then put the label, this is fun. My example is pretty bad. Anyways, button that put quit. Formatting works. It's done with like what I consider like a layout manager. This is pretty outdated, but let's say that I think I had an example. This is no longer accurate, but essentially you could put container.layout, and then if you added children, then it would get put like on top of each other because this is vertical. Yeah, I have to remake this. But now I'm trying to think about overlaps, windows. For example, floating windows or maybe tooltips. Like let's say you have this setup. Music became loud, my bad. Hey, what were you doing, Gulaz? Game dev? Website, nice. Web dev. That's cool. I said to my computer science professor that my dog ate my homework. That's when he dotted me, I said, well, it took him a couple of bites. Oh, wait. Hey, you gotta follow. There we go. Great fun, yeah. Man, you have big balls for doing a web dev on stream. This is a button. Freaking cop. FBI. Wait, are you in the US? USA? Jack? Why was there an FBI agent? Hey, check this out. It's so cool. Norway. There's FBI in Norway? This blows my mind every time. Alright, thanks for a follow. From US. Oh, you went, so you recorded that in US, right? USA. That's so funny, you know. Yeah, I created this this whole map editor. So this is what you'd call like a sort of nav mesh. It would be used for pathfinding. So let's say you say like this wood stuff is what you can walk on. I simplify the terrain so that there's no overlaps, and then you can easily do pathfinding on this. This is all temporary art, so my game is this instead. So let's start my game. So I'm making a game where you're on an alien planet. And on this planet there's a massive volcano. And all life has evolved to use the volcanic energy. For example, the trees here have free-flowing lava inside of them. And in different areas you have the lava bursting out, creating explosions. So this is a top-down puzzle game where you're trying to keep going forward and not get exploded. So yeah, it's puzzle. So you're trying to observe the explosion patterns and then cross safely. Here's an old demo that I made. This music is hype. I'm starting the two games at the same time. Whoa. Okay, this is the new map, but for now, let's just pause that. This is the old demo map that I like more in terms of gameplay. So the idea is that if you're here when the explosion appears, you die. But otherwise, you're allowed to jump into it. And then the levels look a bit like this, where sometimes you have permanent safe spots. So you can just walk here and you're safe. But sometimes there's no permanent, so this is where the game really takes shape. So you have to start dodging, or sometimes even backtracking. So a lot of the levels, you'd be sitting here, observe the pattern, maybe count. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you try to learn the count maybe. Learn the safe spots, and then once you figure out where you could be, then you can cross. Oops. There we go. Some levels are like this, where it's a bit harder to read. Yeah. Some levels are like really short. Hey, thanks. So for example, this one isn't too long. It looks complex, but it's not too bad once you learn to read this. So you try to see where you could be. So obviously when there's the big line, you need to be down here. When there's two here, you have to be somewhere up there. So you try to like learn how to move. Some level look really fast. But it's not too bad, I guess. It's just a zigzag. Sorry. This level is designed to break my pathfinding. So you always move in a straight line. So if you click here, you're gonna end up going through this path, which is pretty much never safe. So instead you go around and then you're safe. This would be my big boss level. Oh, what? Sorry. Oh no, okay. I did it first try earlier, I can't believe it. Bum, bum. Ah, yeah, okay. So this map I memorized by heart, pretty much muscle memory. How am I missing? What? I never die there usually. I went and I think I'm gonna use the cheat if I can do it. So a lot of level. Ah, come on. A lot of levels have alternate paths. Oh, I had it. Come on, okay. It's all about the timings. Okay, not like that at least. Wait a second. Never mind, I thought I saw a different path. There we go. Whew. Ah, there we go. Okay, fine. It's somewhat, whatever. It's an alternate path. It's valid. Yeah. So here's an example puzzle where it's, it looks like a line with a hole. And you try to go with the right timing, but you can't make it. So the actual solution is just to go all the way back and then you're fast enough to reach the end. Bam. Bam, bam. Oh, whoops. Bam, bam. Oh, whoops. Man, I forgot how to beat this. Damn, damn, damn. This one was for precision clicking. Bam. I'll have to do a lot better in terms of level design for the early game. This is obviously way too hard. Oh, oops, I forgot to go. There we go. So nowadays the game looks more like this. There's a lot more art. Oops. And even there's a lot of stuff missing. Ah, come on. Okay. I can't do it, and man, I got no more skills. There we go. Okay. I beat everything first try almost earlier. Now I can't do it anymore. Oops. Why is this so hard? There we go. Oh, okay, I couldn't click precisely. Maybe that's why it's hard. I can't click anymore. These levels suck, by the way. They're not good design. Because they're almost runnable. You don't have any backtracking. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, wait. So I have to go and... Oops. There we go. Okay. So yeah, usually you wouldn't be speedrunning like I'm doing. You'd be like, for each level, you'd observe, maybe try a few times to run. Ah, yeah, see that? Those are bad levels because you can literally run like that sometimes. If you go in at the right time. Like even that one can almost be ran. Yeah, you see, those are bad design. Because the intended solution looks more like this. Okay, wait, I forgot how to do this. There we go. That would be a better solution. Then you get access to this view. So it's a bit like a 2.5D type of game. Boss fights. So I'm thinking like boss fights can be longer levels maybe. But I'd like this game to be a level where a game where every obstacle would be maybe a few seconds to beat once you know it. So maybe the first time you reach somewhere, maybe it takes you like 1 or 2 hours to beat. And then the next time you play it, then maybe you beat the whole thing in like 3 minutes. Yeah. But there's also a multiplayer, so then you can play together with a group. Maybe try like a timer. Speedrunning, yeah. Or maybe lives. So maybe a map could have 100 lives, and then you have to restart after you fail 100 times. And then you can sort of see your progress. If you beat the map with 10 lives left, and then you play the map again, and this time you have 90 lives left, you can see progress. Bum bum. I don't really like timers though, because I want the game to feel a bit like hiking in the mountains, maybe. Like you're just like running over this, enjoying the view, maybe a bit of a life simulation. Like butterflies flying, birds. Yeah. Competitive could work though, yeah. The mode plus plus. Hey, good night. Thanks for stopping by. dum, da dum. Let's say you think about the menus. Let's say you have this type of menu where you click on something and then it opens up the sub menu. Who owns the sub menu, I guess? Menu. Let's say you have file, edit. I guess it would be inside of this special. So file will be a special menu item. And what was it? Oops. Save open. Let's change that to using spaces 2. I don't want to save. So when you click this, it would show this menu. But then this thing would be a floating element. Ta-da. So, I have to take decisions, I guess. What I want to support, maybe. Da-da-dum, da-da-da-da. Ta-da. Let's rename that tooltip. Hint. I wonder if I can just have... So advantages of this flat list is that I can reorder things arbitrarily and have a lot of controls over like whatever I feel like. Whatever mechanism I want. Like once you're in a flat list, if I, instead of going through the tree, I update through this flat list, it's very convenient. One thing that's not convenient is if I want to do special rendering like this. Where this red panel draws its background, then the child, then something on top. Let's say you want to make it like this, or maybe that's not something that should be done. Oh, these ones don't have a tooltip, huh? So that's interesting, right? There's a delay before the tooltip appears. But once it's there, switching to other things, hovering other stuff, shows their tooltip instantly. So it's like a smart tooltip thing. Is the music too low now? Or is it good enough? That should be better. Da, 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 da. So much thinking, dang. Like what I'm thinking would be, maybe those would be grouped as a unit, so you can never, like this one no longer works individually, it works like as a whole. So if this one wants to be brought to the top, the whole thing together gets brought to the top. I wonder if I'm trying to solve something that is already solved. Maybe I should start reading like white papers about UI. If I look at this, wasn't there like white papers? Maybe I should look at this. Zero memory widget 2004. On GUI. It's a magazine. Tutorial. I might have already read this. Yeah, I remember this. Do they have, let's say, tooltips? They don't have. Oh, I guess those are different pages, right? I read this in the past. Ba-da-dum. Gen ID, yeah, whatever. Slider. So they don't have tooltips at all. Feels bad. Forums. Dang. Further reading. Rip. I guess they have windows by default. Floating windows. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Multiple passes. For example, if I cache state for layouting, layout input render. Input or render will jump back to layouted. I should probably try to do that too. Input render. Performance is not a problem. Yeah. I realized that imitate cannot be used with OOP. Yeah, sure, whatever. Once again. Personally, for me, tool and UI are two completely different use cases. Both game, yeah. Can code, imitate. Games all UI, including some most advantages. State handling. For games, this is easier since most state is known, yeah. First of, it is possible to have state per widget, sure. View. Tempted to end the stream here. So but what is actually great about UI? That it is possible to write. When was this last updated? Yeah, I knew it. Things is different than what I last saw. Or maybe not. Oh, we can't see? Oh no, we can. What if I do this? Oh, you're not allowed? Whoa, I hate this UI. Discuss. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Is that a translation? That's cool. Tips. What is this tip? Never mind. I thought they were about to talk about useful widgets, nothing. Useful extensions. Text editor, that's awesome. Node editor, yeah. It's interesting, I thought Blender did this, like having nice rounded Bezier curves almost. But then I tried it again and it just has straight lines. I wonder if Blender was always like that. You see that? They're all straight. It's so well made though. Also the lines are always drawn behind everything else. I saw like this idea, I think it was a I forgot how to make a waypoint thing. Bum, 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 bum. Reroute. This reroute thing can end up above. I wonder if that's working as intended. I guess it is. Oh, it pops right up, but then when I drag it, is that a bug? It pops, it goes back under. Oops. Oh, when I unselect, it goes back under. So as it's selected, it goes above. Oops. That's so funny. Was that a bug right there? I think it is. Because it jumped, right? Oh really, you can do that? Nice. Wow. Starting to wonder if I should just have an extra thing in the API that would be a number, and this number would like be used for sorting. So let's say you normalize this, or you flatten the list, and then everything has its own number. Let's say like 0, 1, 2. I'll have to think more. I think I'll end the stream here. Been live for 4 hours. I didn't really code, but I think it's important sometimes to just spend time thinking, trying to think about edge cases and what it is that I want to do. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Peace.